Ain't no GPS gonna find Durple's odd ends and echoes. That store sits like a wart on the city's underbelly, tucked between a busted Quiznos and some sketchy vape joint run by a guy who definitely makes moonshine in his bathtub. The flickering sign just says open, but the P don't light up no more. So yeah, from the outside it reads like a damn curse, which, you know, checks out. Durple, the owner, ain't exactly the kind of guy you'd invite to your church picnic. He looked like someone who smelled like old books and grave dirt. Long sleeves year-round, fingers stained like he'd been choking ink pens to death. Rumor was he used to be a man. Maybe a wizard. Maybe both. Who cares? Dude talks like a funeral director who just ran out of Prozac. The Thursday started like any other. Dusty sunlight barely cutting through the greasy blinds. Air thick with lemon-scented incense and regret. Then the door creaked open. Oren walked in looking like he'd sprinted through a funeral. Shirt half untucked. Sweat pouring off his forehead like someone turned up the thermostat in hell. He clutched this big-ass wooden frame full of spoons. You know the type, cheesy tourist crap. One from Niagara Falls, one from Vegas. Even one with a little IHOP logo. All bent slightly like they'd been in the junk drawer during a domestic argument. Durple didn't look up at first. He felt it. Then he sniffed once. Smells like dead mother and regret, he muttered, flipping the page of some ancient ledger. Another one, huh? Behind Oren was Wenda. And let me tell ya, she wasn't walking, nah. She was slithering in like a busted-up centipede in a floral dress. Her spine looked like someone dropped a cactus on a broken marionette. Her eyes were full-blown producile, red, bulging, way past their expiration date. Oren didn't notice her, but Durple sure did. Let me guess, Durple croaked. You bringing in Mommy's haunted spoon stash? Oren blinked like he'd just woken up from a coma. My mom? Yeah, these were hers. She died last spring. Durple rolled his eyes. Of course she did. And let me guess, the drawer kept opening at night. Maybe a few cold spots. Little whispers when you're trying to take a piss. Oren opened his mouth, then closed it. Yeah, nailed it. She's here, Durple muttered. And she is pissed. Wenda hissed, hunched over like a half-rotted crab. Eyes locked on the spoons like she was gonna eat him. One from Orlando started vibrating. Durple stood up slowly, walked over to Oren, and stared dead into his eyes. Then he flicked his fingers in front of his face, like he was testing a windshield wiper. Oren didn't even flinch, just kept staring at the spoons. Classic fogged-up mind, Durple said, already walking back to the counter. 1,000, cash only. Oren reached into his wallet and pulled out exactly 10 crisp $100 bills. Like he was hypnotized, he set them down gently, like he was laying flowers on a grave. Durple scooped the cash, leaned in toward Wenda, and tapped the spoon collection. Malicious matriarch, let me guess. Controlled everything in life. Now can't shut the hell up in death. Wenda snarled, her jaw creaking open like an old oven door. You dare disrespect a mother? Lady, Durple said, sighing. I've had flatulence that's more nurturing than you. She lunged, full reptile mode, spines flaring, nails clicking like dog claws on a linoleum floor. But the second she tried to pass the spoon, case, wham, she hit an invisible wall like a pigeon on glass. Durple didn't even blink. You try that again. I'll dunk your anchor in acid so potent it could dissolve a Chevy Tahoe. He popped open a container behind the counter, thick, bubbling liquid inside. Fluoroantimonic acid, shimmered like something from a Marvel villain's lab. One of Wenda's eyes rotated independently toward the ceiling. One of Wenda's eyes rotated independently toward the ceiling. The other tracked Durple's hand like a hawk eyeing a Twinkie. You've got options, Durple said flatly. You sign the servitude contract, behave, and I ship your crusty ass to some second-hand shop in Toledo. Best case scenario, some sweet old biddy buys you and starts winning at bingo. She snarled again. And if I don't? Durple nodded toward the bubbling tub. Or worse, he said, stepping to the gun safe bolted into the floor. He spun the dial, slow and deliberate. Click, clack, snap. He opened it. The sound inside was wrong, like being in a Waffle House at 3 a.m. But everything's reversed. Customers on the ceiling, eggs cooking in reverse, and someone humming in Latin behind the jukebox. Screams poured out, screams that bent the air. Not loud, heavy, made your brain feel sticky. Even Wenda went quiet. Durple smiled, cold and cruel. You break this deal, you go in the safe. And let me tell you, once you're in, even I ain't dumb enough to open it again. Wenda trembled, her cracked fingernails tapping the floor like Morse code. She dropped to all fours and hissed, but not like a threat, more like a dying radiator. "I'll take servitude." Durple pulled the contract from a drawer and slid it across the counter. Her nasty, rotted finger pierced her own skin and signed in blood. Durple sniffed. "Great. Now get comfy in a Goodwill bin and try not to bite anyone." He lifted the spoons, bundled them in bubble wrap, and shoved them in a box labeled "Slightly Cursed, Mildly Sad." As Oren stumbled out the door, Wenda was already fading, trapped to her anchor. She gave Durple one last look, spitting venom from her collapsing teeth. "May you rot." Durple raised an eyebrow. "I'm immortal, sweetheart. We'll both be rotting, but I'll still look better." He closed the door behind her and muttered to himself, "Another day, another petty ghost hack." And just like that, the shop settled back into silence. The blinds twitched, the acid bubbled, the safe hummed like a sleeping dragon. Durple wiped down the counter and sipped his cold Mountain Dew Code Red. God, I hate Thursdays. It started with a hum, not your usual someone left the fridge open hum. This one was wrong, deep in the bones. The kind of sound that makes rats go quiet and babies scream through walls. You feel it in your fillings. Durple was in the back, scraping crusted demon grease off of George. Foreman grill he used to cook haunted Pop-Tarts. Then the air thickened, like breathing through hot gravy. He looked up. The bell above the shop door exploded. Shards shot across the room like someone took a sledgehammer to wind chimes. Lights flickered. Incense curled up and died. Even the mounted Arby's clock on the wall stopped ticking, and in he walked. Oax, tall, eyes black like tar pits, face slack like someone just whispered a horrible truth into his soul. He moved like he wasn't in control of his legs anymore, like something else was wearing him. Durple froze mid-wipe. He smelled it before he saw it. The thing that followed Oakix inside, like ozone and rotting teeth, the kind of smell that makes you remember every bad thing you've ever done and wish you hadn't. It wasn't a ghost, wasn't even a spirit. It was something way worse. A mass, a static pulse, a living shadow. The thing writhed through the door like oil mixed with TV static. It churred and buzzed like 1,000 dying cicadas all trying to tell the same joke. Durple's gut twisted. This thing wasn't summoned. It came of its own damn will. And the worst part, Owaxex was the anchor. "Shit," Durple muttered, backing behind the register and instinctively grabbing the salt shotgun under the counter. Didn't matter. Salt wasn't going to work on this thing. Nothing standard would. It wasn't just haunted. This thing possessed and anchored to a living body. That broke every rule Durple kept in his mental binder of paranormal crap. Owaxex stopped in the middle of the store. His mouth opened like a ventriloquist dummy and whispered with 10 voices at once. "I am here to be seen." Durple didn't answer. Behind Owaxex, the static mass thickened, then snapped, like a rubber band pulled too far. And in that moment, Durple saw it all. The visions hit him like a truck full of VCRs. 4 women, wrist deep in copper wire, skin peeled to the bone, doused in Walmart brand kerosene while a voice laughed, like a middle schooler watching a frog explode. The lighter clicked again and again. Then thwomp, flames erupted. Durple smelled their hair fry, heard their screams bounce off metal shelves and concrete flooring, echoing like some twisted karaoke track in a Home Depot warehouse. He staggered, gasped, held onto the counter to stop from puking up his lunch. Cold chili from a Circle K cup. When the vision faded, Durple stared at Oax. The man didn't flinch. That was when it hit him. This wasn't just a bad haunting. This wasn't some crusty grandma who slipped down the stairs and wants closure. This was a killer, a serial one, something dark and old and slick with blood. Oaxex was just a meat puppet. The real thing, the laughing, burning evil, was inside the static. And now it was here. Durple reached beneath the counter and opened the bottom drawer. Inside, a 6-round revolver, chrome, engraved with symbols from at least 4 dead languages and one still whispered in Florida swamp churches. He thumbed in a single silver-tipped bullet. Oaxex looked up. Durple stared down the sights. "You got a wife?" Oaxex blinked. "Daughter?" No answer, but his fingers twitched. Durple sighed. "I'm sorry." Then he pulled the trigger. The blast echoed like thunder in a cave. Oax's chest burst open like a watermelon at a monster truck rally. The wall behind him got Jackson Pollocked in red. The static shrieked with delight. Durple dropped the revolver, hands trembling. Not from guilt, not really, from the thing laughing. The static circled him, buzzing, biting the air. It wanted this. It wanted him to feel broken, to make the choice. Durple knew the rules. He had to claim the skull to trap it. So he worked. For 3 days straight, he hacked Oaxex apart, fed the body to beetles he bought from a guy named Kluka who ran a roach farm out of his trailer behind an AutoZone, scrubbed the blood with industrial bleach and old prayer water. And that damn static never left his side. It laughed when he cracked the skull, cackled when the skin peeled back, snickered when the yellowed bone was clean and hollowed out like a Halloween gourd. And when Durple finally locked the skull in his screaming vault, the shop fell quiet again. But Durple knew it had won something. It had taken a piece of him. Not just guilt, not just fatigue, something deeper. He leaned against the counter and stared at the cracked light above his register. And for the first time in 2 centuries, Durple was tired. Durple didn't sleep for 2 weeks. Not because he couldn't, because every time he tried, he could still hear that godforsaken static laughing in his chest, like it had laid eggs in his lungs. He drank cold black Wendy's coffee, smoked ghost thistle cigarettes rolled in Bible pages, and stared at his safe like it might grow arms and punch him in the face. Then one Tuesday afternoon, something new happened. The bell over the door, the new one, bolted in with cursed nails and dipped in blood from a priest, who was definitely on parole, gave a soft ding. No explosions, no flickering, just a ding. That scared him more than anything. Gray stepped in. Maybe 7, maybe 8. Little afro puffed out under a ragged Baltimore Ravens beanie. His hoodie was 2 sizes too big and had a tear near the hem that looked suspiciously like tiny. Claws had tried to crawl out of it. He carried a scratched-up plastic fire truck. The wheels clicked every few steps like a cheap metronome. Durple squinted. "Kid, you lost? This ain't Toys R Us. That ship's been sunk." Gray didn't say a word. Just walked up to the counter, stood on his toes, and placed the fire truck down gently. It hummed, just a little. Durple blinked. Then he saw the backpack. A second later, it twitched. Durple inhaled slow. "Ah, I see. Haunted sibling, huh?" Gray nodded, reached into the side pocket of his ripped Old Navy jeans and pulled out 2 crusty copper pennies and a tarnished dime. Dropped him onto the counter. 12 cents, Durple said with a sad little smile. "Cheapest soul rescue I've done all year." Gray stepped back. The backpack unzipped itself. Out crawled the ghost. Little dude wasn't older than 5. Skin was blue, not cartoon blue, but soft, bruised sky blue, like he'd drowned in the air. His eyes shimmered. His little fingers gripped the edge of the backpack, like he wasn't sure if he should come out or not. Durple saw the story in the air behind him, clear as day. Always is with the young ones. A shelf, wobbly, toys stacked high. A crash, a scream, then silence. A crushed skull beneath solid oak. Quick death, unfair, lonely. Durple stepped around the counter and crouched. "Well, hey there, little buddy," the kid whimpered. He wasn't trying to scare his sister. He just didn't know where to go. "She can't see you," Durple said gently, pulling a small orange Chupa Chups from a cracked glass jar. "But I can." The ghost boy looked up. Tears pooled like puddles in his huge eyes. Durple unwrapped the sucker and handed it to him. The ghost took it with trembling hands. Slowly, his skin started shifting. Less dead, more dream. That pale ocean blue, like the shallows near Santa Monica. Durple lifted him into a hug. He weighed nothing, but the hug felt heavy. Gray didn't say anything, didn't have to. He just watched with that blank stare kids get when they're trying real hard not to cry in public. Durple opened the backroom door, past the jars of cursed molars, the cursed cassette tapes, the cursed Sparrow pizza box with eyes. At the end of the hall was the dumbwaiter. Old thing, rusty handle, never plugged into anything, but it worked. Durple slid the kid inside, nestled the fire truck beside him. The boy's tears stopped. He waved, then he vanished into warm, golden light as the dumbwaiter creaked upward into the ceiling. Durple stared after it for a long, long time. Behind him, Gray zipped up his backpack, nodded once, and walked out the door without saying a word. The bell dinged. The shop settled again. Dust floated through the air like lazy ash. Durple turned, leaned against the counter, and cracked open a warm Dr. Pepper from the mini-fridge. He sipped, stared at the jar of acid, at the safe, at the wall still stained faintly from Oax's last breath. Then he looked up at the neon sign outside. Still buzzing, still broken, still missing the P. "Odd ends," he whispered. "Even odder customers." He laughed to himself, a dry, crackling thing. Then he pulled the blinds down, lit a fresh stick of cursed sandalwood incense, and let the silence wash over the room like a thick blanket. For a little while it felt like peace. But peace never lasts in a place like Durple's. Not when the haunted always find their way back. Sky was the kind of dude who drank kombucha with a straight face and called every minor inconvenience a lesson from the universe. He was also the reason they were halfway up the goddamn Himalayas with a duffel full of camera gear and zero clue what acclimatize meant. This is like my soul detox era, he'd said back in Denver, while stuffing a drone and ring light into a waterproof bag. 10 days off-grid, full spiritual unlock. No Wi-Fi, no drama, just enlightenment and maybe a brand deal. Durple had tried to say no. Hard pass, in fact. He liked Denver, liked his air fryer, liked watching reruns of Cops with zero risk of frostbite. But Sky had that influencer confidence, the kind of delusion that drags people into MLMs and frozen mountains. And after he'd guilt-tripped everyone with phrases like boys trip and legacy content, Durple folded like a Dollar Tree tent. Gray got roped in because he had a drone license and serious repressed trauma. Simon came for the clout. Oren didn't say why he came. Oren never says much. He just watches. Quiet guy. Eyes like an exorcist. The kind of dude you want in a bar fight or a biblical reckoning. Anyway, by day 3, morale was not giving. Durple's thighs were chafed so bad he walked like he was hiding hamsters in his pants. Simon was out of dry shampoo and losing his mind. Gray hadn't slept in 2 days and kept mumbling about how the compass didn't match the sun. And Sky was thriving. Dude, take a pic of me handstanding on this rock with the clouds behind me. I want to caption it, holding up the heavens. Durple stared at him, dead-eyed. You're wearing neon Patagonia leggings, and you haven't pooped in 48 hours. You are not Moses. But Sky wasn't listening. He'd already yanked off his shirt and was positioning his tripod, dangerously close to a yak turd. Behind them, a Sherpa named Tenzin was chain-smoking without breaking stride. This was clearly his version of customer service hell. He said nothing, just kept walking while the Americans turned the sacred mountain into an episode of Jackass Soul Edition. Then they reached the bridge. It was straight out of a cartoon. Rickety, creaky, too high to be legal, slung across a glacial gorge with a wind chill that could slap your soul out. Simon immediately whipped out his GoPro. Oh yeah, baby. POV, surviving trauma for likes. Durple hesitated. I don't like this. Why is it swaying like it owes someone money? Sky was already halfway across, doing a slow-motion strut like he was auditioning for Mountain Bachelor. He stopped dead in the middle. Guys, this is it. This is the shot. He pulled out the ring light. Yes, a ring light in the Himalayas. On a swinging bridge, over a death ravine, Oren looked up from tying his boots. He's gonna get eaten. Durple crossed his arms. By what, an ego collapse? That's when he appeared. At first, just a silhouette. Tall, thin, not hiker thin. More like forgot to eat for 3, decades thin. Wrapped in a tattered scarf. No backpack, no gear. No warmth in his eyes, just wrong. He stood at the edge of the bridge, watching. Sky waved. Hey man, just give me 2 secs. We're vibing real quick. No response. Simon muttered. That's a whole serial killer vibe. We should go. Durple. Nah, I've seen this movie. We're the cold open. Sky, still posing, shouted. Almost done. Just a light touch-up. Hashtag minimalism, you know? Then it happened. The man stepped forward. Not in a normal way. More like he was on tracks. No bounce, no sway. Just gliding forward, stiff and silent. He stopped inches from Sky. Sky looked up, froze. The man didn't speak, didn't blink, just stared. Then, with one weirdly fluid motion, he shoved past, clipping the ring light. It fell. The whole setup toppled over the edge. Tripod, light, Sky's sense of self-worth, all gone. Sky turned red. Dude! That was gifted by my ex's manager. That was a PR exclusive, carbon-neutral ring light. The man didn't even acknowledge him, just turned his head, slow, creaking, too far to the left, and looked, like he was memorizing Sky's entire existence. Then he turned and walked off the bridge, straight into the woods. Didn't follow the path, didn't even check footing, just vanished into the trees like a glitch in a horror game. Nobody said anything for a long time. Durple finally spoke. Did anyone else feel like that guy? Downloaded Sky's face. Oren nodded. Yup, Simon. Y'all ever heard of Skinwalkers? Because that felt very premium subscription version. They kept hiking. Sky got weirdly quiet. Kept checking his reflection in his cracked phone. Screen, like he wasn't sure it was still his. They didn't talk about it. Not yet. The path narrowed. The wind got louder. Even the yaks stopped making noise. Then came the tapping. They reached a remote village by nightfall. 4 huts and a single burning stove. Looked like a postcard from the apocalypse. The only local who acknowledged them was a wrinkled Sherpa who looked like he'd personally seen hell and called it a roommate. He barely spoke English, but after enough begging and Durple offering him half a protein bar, he opened the smallest hut. It It was cold, dusty, one cot. No lock on the curtain. Still, they took it. Beats freezing to death next to a haunted ring light. Durple passed out fully clothed. Gray stared at his notebook, sketching something in the margins. A face with too many teeth. Oren sat by the curtain, silent. Simon tried to upload one last video. No signal. Sky sat in the corner, whispering to himself. Then, tap, 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 on the window. Everyone froze. Simon, please tell me that's just a goat. Oren moved to the curtain, peeked. Nothing. But then, a shadow moved. Just a flicker. Just enough. Sky whispered. He's back. Durple. Nope. No! I ain't dying on a GoFundMe flyer. Then the curtain shifted on its own, ever so slightly. And outside, a face pressed against the glass. The man. Same dead eyes. Same wrong skin. Only now, his mouth was open. Like something inside was stretching it. And behind him, deep in the dark, something bigger moved. A shape, a thing. Something hunched. Antlers? Fur? Hands too big and wrong? Durple clutched his sleeping bag like a rosary. Simon turned off his phone. Gray whispered something that sounded like a prayer. And Oren never moved. He just looked the thing dead in the face and said, "We're already tagged." Nobody slept. Not really. Durple had his hoodie pulled so far over his face, he looked like a sentient laundry pile. Simon was curled into a fetal ball, whispering something about copyright strikes and how do you tag a demon? Gray kept drawing symbols in the dust with a stick. Maybe protection sigils, maybe runes, maybe just panic doodles. Oren hadn't blinked in hours. Dude was staring at the curtain like it owed him child support. Sky just sat in the corner, knees to chest, face pale like he just found out Instagram was permanently down. At some point, the fire died. No one moved to relight it, and outside, the wind laughed. That's the only way Durple could describe it later. Not howling, not whistling, laughing. Like the mountain thought they were hilarious. At dawn, the Sherpa was gone. No goodbye, no footsteps. Just a blanket left folded by the door like it had been respectfully declined by a ghost. Simon cracked first. I'm done. I'm out. I don't care if I freeze to death wearing Sky's backup leggings. I am not staying here another night with Casper the Skin Collector. Gray deadpan. It's not a ghost. Simon. Okay, then what the hell is it? Because my ring light didn't teach me how to deal with nightmare taxidermy. Durple. We saw a man with no soul being worn like a Halloween mask. Let's not split hairs on what kind of hellspawn we're dealing with. Oren said nothing, just packed his gear. Sky finally stood. I saw something last night, Simon. We all saw something, bro. You mean the thing using your reflection like a Pinterest board? Sky. No, on my phone. It recorded. Gray looked up. What do you mean it recorded? Sky pulled out his phone, cracked screen glowing. There was no signal, but the camera kept running. I checked the clips. It's not just him out there. He opened the video, and there it was. A figure crouched behind the man's corpse. Big, hunched, fur soaked in blood and meltwater. Its hands weren't hands, not claws either. More like tools. Bone carving, face holding, shape stealing tools. And its face wasn't a face. Just stretchy skin. Tight and wrong. Like something pretending to be human, but downloaded the wrong file. And in its hand, Sky's phone. Sky dropped the device. It skidded across the floor like it was burning him. Simon whispered, "Why does it have your phone?" Oren finally spoke. "It's not hunting. It's studying." Durple. "So what?" "It's out there like some freaky content curator, scrolling through our TikToks trying to figure out how to walk like a bro." Gray. Or worse, it's trying to be one. They left before noon. Didn't even try to say goodbye to the villagers. One guy looked out a window, crossed himself, and shut the shutters like he'd seen this show before. Sky tried to joke on the trail, said something like, "Guess this trip's gonna hit different on LinkedIn." But it landed like a funeral balloon. Every step felt heavier. The woods weren't woods anymore. They were watching. You could feel it. Trees that didn't look the same twice. Shadows that didn't line up with the sun. At one point, Simon swore he saw a shape staring at them from a ridge. But when he pointed, it was gone. And then they reached the clearing. No warning, just open space. Too open. No wind. No birds, no life. In the center, a stone platform. Like an altar. No carvings, no purpose, just a phone, standing upright. Gray approached first. "Don't touch it." Oren pulled him back. "It's bait." Durple crept around the side. "Wait, that's..." Simon's phone. Simon checked his pocket. His phone was there. He held it up, confused. Unlocked it. The screen was black. Then it flashed. Live stream. But it wasn't his face. It was a version of him. Smiling. Too wide. Too still. just standing in front of the stone. Streaming. No caption, no audio. Just a caption that read, "New drop, tag yourself." Simon screamed. Through the phone, it bounced and shattered, sparks flying. Oren raised the axe. "Move!" They ran again, this time through the trees. Didn't matter where, just away. Branches clawed their arms. Snow slapped their cheeks. Their gear was scattered all over like it was trying to escape too. Durple fell, rolled down a slope and face-planted into a snowbank. When he looked up, he saw himself, standing 10 feet away. Same hoodie, same hiking boots, same terrified expression. Except, wrong. The face didn't move, the eyes didn't blink, and where his mouth should have been, a smile carved into the skin. Durple screamed. The thing blinked, vertically, and then it mimicked the scream. Not a sound, just the motion. Mouth opening too wide, body trembling, mocking him. Then it ran, back into the trees. Durple scrambled back uphill. "It's copying us. It's copying our emotions. It's..." Sky cut him off. "It's building a better version of us." Simon. "Better? It looks like a Craigslist clone dipped in trauma." Gray. "It doesn't want to kill us." "Oh, what a relief." Gray. "It wants to replace us." They found an old stone hut before sunset. No door, no windows. Just a place to collapse and breathe. Oren barred the entrance with his body, sat with the axe and stared into the dusk. Sky finally cracked. I think this is my fault." Durple. "No, Sherlock." Sky. "I posted the location. I tagged the trail. I geo-pinned the monastery and called it Ghost Core Vibes." Simon. "You invited it." Sky nodded. "I gave it signal. I gave it audience. Outside something moved. Not loud, not fast, but confident. Like it already knew the ending. That night, the mountains stopped pretending. No more wind, no more fake forest ambience. Just silence, thick and loud. Like the whole world was holding its breath for a punchline that was never coming. Inside the hut, Sky was pacing. Durple was rocking. Gray was sharpening a stick with a broken GoPro mount. Simon sat in a corner whispering, "This is not happening," like it was a mantra. Oren hadn't moved. He was sitting cross-legged with his axe, staring at the door like it had personally wronged him. Sky stopped pacing and pulled out his phone. Again, Durple snapped. "What are you doing? Checking if it's subscribed?" Sky. "No, I'm checking the stream. It's still live." He flipped the screen toward them. There they were, all 5 of them, streaming. Sky, Durple, Gray, Simon, Oren, sitting in the hut. Same positions, same clothes, same expressions, except they were smiling. All of them. Just smiling, wide, frozen. Oren stood. "That's not a reflection." Gray nodded slowly. "It's rehearsal footage." Durple backed into the wall. "That thing is LARPing our trauma." Simon. "Bro, it's got our faces. It's got our mannerisms. It knows how we die before we do." Oren pointed at the wall. "Shut the light off." Sky hesitated. Then the light went dark, and everything got louder. Crunching footsteps, wet dragging, something scraping bone on bark. Simon peeked through a crack in the wall, then screamed. Outside were 5 of them, standing still in the snow. Each one a copy, a parody, a Halloween store version of the group. Durple's doppelganger was wearing his old hoodie, wrong side out. Sky's clone had the jawline, but too much. Like someone dialed the settings to Instagram filter max. Simon's double wore a camera strapped to its chest, its lens fogged with blood. Gray's version was the worst, because it wasn't smiling, it was crying. But the tears were black and steamy. Durple grabbed a flare. "We torch them, we run." Gray stopped him. "We're not fighting them." Durple. "Then what?"
"Leave a Yelp review?"
Sky stepped forward. "We end the feed." Simon. "What?" Sky. "It's watching us because we gave it an audience. We end the feed, we end the access." Oren. "Burn the phones." Everyone froze. Durple. "You're joking." Oren. "No stream, no mirror, no pattern, no performance." Simon held his phone like it was his last lifeline. "But my cloud..." Oren grabbed the phone and snapped it in half. Pop. The stream blinked off. Durple hesitated, then smashed his too. Gray dropped his to the floor and stomped it with both boots. Sky hesitated, then looked out the window. The creatures were closer now. He took a breath and crushed the phone with a rock. Simon threw his last. Gone. The silence after was unnatural, like a spell had been broken mid-sentence. Then, from outside, a sound like ripping cloth and screaming air. The fake Sky collapsed into the snow. The Durple copy twitched, shook, then deflated like a meat balloon. Gray's fell backward, into the fire pit outside and burst, like it was made of glue and shame. And from the forest, it roared, not like a beast, like something angry it had been unplugged. The sky split open. Snow peeled sideways, and behind the trees, it came, 10 feet tall, back bent like a spider trying to walk human. A face like a stretched out screen covered in other faces, some blinking, some weeping, some still smiling. It lunged at the hut, too fast. Oren charged. He met it midair with the axe, slamming it right between the thing's twitching eye sockets. It screamed and exploded into ash. They were found 2 days later by a rescue chopper. Only 4 came back. Oren was gone. No body, just his axe, clean and steaming, buried in the center of a scorched clearing. Sky deleted his accounts. Durple moved to Kansas, bought a dog, named it Nope. Gray stopped speaking for a year. Simon opened a crystal shop and now refuses to say the word content out loud. As for the thing, no one's seen it since. But sometimes, if you scroll too deep into your FYP at 3 a.m., you'll find a live, no username, no caption, just a shaky video. A snowy forest, a hut in the distance, and 5 familiar faces, smiling. Gray rolled back into Elm Creek, Ohio, behind the wheel of a rental Nissan Altima that smelled like someone had chain smoked. Sadness into the upholstery. The GPS kept glitching out around mile marker 97, like even Google Maps knew better than to guide anyone into this town after dark. He hadn't been back since graduation day, 20 years ago, back when he was 17, pimply, and hopped up on plans to move to LA, maybe produce synth pop in a studio. That didn't smell like church basements and basement churches. He got out, got free, and now here he was, creeping through Elm Creek's cracked up streets, like a dog that ran back after getting neutered, all because his mom died, heart attack, middle of the night, slumped over a bowl of Wheaties with half an episode of Wheel of Fortune still playing. That's how it goes in Elm Creek, even death's on a schedule. He passed the old BP station and saw Durple still pumping gas, one hand on the nozzle, the other cradling a vape the size of a hot glue gun. His hair was longer now, maybe on purpose, maybe just gave up. Yo, Durple said through a cloud of peach mango frost. Durple, Gray said, nodding like the years hadn't crusted between them, like grease on a diner floor. You back for the funeral? No, Gray said. I just missed the smell of regret and burnt plastic. Durple cracked a laugh, then looked over Gray's shoulder at nothing. His pupils shrank like someone had flicked a flashlight in his face. You staying till Sunday? Gray raised a brow. That a threat or a flirt? Durple leaned closer. His breath smelled like nicotine and something older. Don't stay past Saturday night. I'm serious, dude. You remember midnight, right? Gray did. He really didn't want to, but it bubbled up anyway, like acid reflux made out of childhood trauma. Midnight mass. Once a month, town got quiet as a morgue. Every adult disappeared after dark, dressed up like they were headed to a wedding that nobody RSVP'd for. And every kid, locked inside with the lights off and the TV muted, told that if they so much as peeked out the window, the patch people will pull your skin inside out and wear it to prom. Classic Elm Creek parenting. Gray used to think it was all just small-town drama, like Santa Claus with a body count. But now he wasn't so sure. He drove down Maplewood Lane, past the old park where Kluker once broke his ankle trying to impress. Pinky with a double kickflip. The jungle gym was rusted to hell. Someone had graffitied, fertilized the bloom across the monkey. Bars in bright pink spray paint. Subtle, Gray muttered. His mom's house looked the same, except the grass was too green. Not regular Midwest green. This was acid trippy, lawn care commercial, eat your soul green. He half expected it to start whispering at him when he stepped out. Inside, it still smelled like cinnamon air freshener and broken promises. On the coffee table, someone had left a Funyuns, bag half open, and a church bulletin with the title, Welcome Back, Vessel. He flipped it over. On the back, a list of names handwritten in red ink. His was third, right under Garnold and Mr. Fun Computer. Later that day, he stopped by the Elm Creek General Store to grab a six-pack and see if the town still stocked reality. The bell above the door jingled like it had PTSD. Behind the counter was Wenda, the girl who once lit a whole Taco Bell bathroom, on fire because someone looked at her wrong in 6th grade. She smiled too wide, like she was trying to convince her cheeks not to split open. Gray, she said, as if it had flavor. You're back. Don't remind me. We're so glad you returned. Returned, not visited, not dropped by. Returned. Like he was a library book someone forgot to burn. When he asked for a pack of Camel Lights, Wenda just nodded, slow as molasses on benzos, and handed him a folded piece of paper along with the smokes, written in shaky ink. You have dirt on your tongue. That means the bloom likes you. He didn't ask. He left. That night, Gray stood outside St. Veneria's First Blessing Church, staring at the crooked steeple as the last of the sun bled out across the Ohio sky. The steeple always leaned a little left, like it had opinions. It hadn't changed. Same stone arch. Same glass windows warped like they were sweating from the inside. Same preacher. Well, not the same. Mr. Sun stepped outside just as Gray turned to leave. He wore the same three-piece suit, same golden cross pinned to his lapel, same haircut that looked painted on, only his eyes were wrong. Too shiny, like someone sprayed WD-40 on his soul. "Gray," he said, "we've been warming your seat." Gray froze. "I didn't RSVP." "No need," Mr. Sun replied. "You were planted long ago." Back at his mom's house, Gray found a fresh envelope on his pillow. The paper smelled like wet dirt and rosewater. Inside was a photo of him, sleeping. Behind him, a blurry figure in a choir robe. A single word was written across the bottom in red Sharpie. Soon, Gray didn't sleep that night. Because in Elm Creek, the dead don't rest, and neither do the roots. Gray woke up at 11:48 p.m., covered in sweat, mouth full of dirt. Literal dirt. It tasted like copper and mushrooms and something older. Something familiar. He stumbled into the bathroom, flicked on the light, and stared at himself. His tongue was black at the edges. His gums looked bruised, and behind him, just for a flash, he swore he saw someone in the mirror. Robes. Too tall. Grinning. Gone when he turned. Classic hometown hospitality. He spat into the sink, turned on the tap, and watched a thick, greenish-black sludge ooze out instead of water. It writhed like it was breathing. He backed up fast, heart punching his ribs like a boxer trying to get out of his own chest. That's when the doorbell rang. Gray didn't move. It rang again, longer this time. He grabbed the metal Pepsi sign from the kitchen, wall, heirloom level, now, and crept toward the door like a man with a good reason to hate surprises. He peeked out the side window. Garnold stood on the porch, still in his burgundy vest and Skechers, holding a bouquet of dead sunflowers and a casserole dish wrapped in tin foil. "What the hell?" Gray muttered. "A funeral and a potluck?" He cracked the door. Garnold smiled, and holy hell, it was all gums. "Evening, Gray," he said in that syrupy tone old people use right before they say something, wildly inappropriate or accidentally racist. "We brought dinner," he said, "and the invitation." "Thanks," Gray said, not taking the dish. "But I already ate a mouthful of topsoil tonight, so I'm good." Garnold's smile didn't twitch. "The patch is expecting you. Come midnight." Gray blinked. "The patch? Like the garden? You guys still growing haunted zucchinis or something?" Garnold just chuckled. "He's ready."
Hello, would you like to have some fun with us right now? Something is wrong, they are all dead, they are not. Hello, would you like to have some fun with us? Hello? Can you help? Hello, would you like to have some fun with us right now, guys? Something is wrong. Hello, would you like to have some fun with us right now, guys? Something is wrong, they are all dead, they are not. Hello, would you like to have some fun with us? Hello, can you help? Hello, would you like to have some fun with us right now? Something is wrong, they are all dead, they are not.
Hello, would you like to have some fun with us? Hello? Can you help?
Hello? Would you like to have some fun with us right now, guys? Something is wrong. They are all dead. They are not.
Hello, would you like to have some fun with us? Hello? Can you help?
Hello, would you like to have some fun with us right now, guys? Something is wrong, they are all dead, they are not.
Hello, would you like to have some fun with us? Hello? Can you help?
Hello, would you like to have some fun with us right now, guys?
Hello, would you like to have some fun with us? Hello, can you
Hello, would you like to have some fun with us right now? Something is wrong, they are all dead, they are not.
Hello, would you like to have some fun with us? Hello, can you help?
Hello, would you like to have some fun with us right now? Something is wrong, they are all dead, they are not.
Hello, would you like to have some fun with us? Hello, can you help?
Hello, would you like to have some fun with us right now? Something is wrong. they are all dead, they are not.
Hello, would you like to have some fun with us? Hello? Can you help?
Hello, would you like to have some fun with us right now, guys? Something is wrong, they are all dead, they are not.
Hello, would you like to have some fun with us? Hello, can you help?
have some fun with us right now, guys. Something is wrong. They are all dead. They are not.
How would you like to have some fun with us? How can you help?
Hello, would you like to have some fun with us right now? Something is wrong, they are all dead, they are not.
Hello, would you like to have some fun with us?